Is that better? No. Windows decided to, even though I try and block Windows updates, it decided to update this morning, much to my annoyance. And as you can, don't lie, because I could hear myself on the PC, on the Mac there. I can see the mics working as well. Windows decided to freaking install what it was. Stupid bloody update. So hence why we had no microphone, because it did, I don't know. Whenever Windows updates, exactly. Whenever Windows updates, it OBS forgets all its bloody settings. So I haven't checked all of them. We'll see how it goes. I can hear music, because we got music. It's usually just the microphone for some reason. I don't know why. It is working, isn't it? It is working, isn't it? Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Oh, it's getting warm in here. It's up to 27 already in here. It's getting warm. Anyway, we're going to carry on from whence we left off yesterday in the lovely Just Like Arrows at Vega International. There's a look at that, Faroe Islands, A3 something, and a SAS. Very nice. So this is a lovely freeway. I mean, it's looking a bit better. It was freaking awful coming in yesterday, wasn't it? And I did actually realise that after that struggle flying the bloody thing yesterday, my turbulence settings had been set to realistic, which we know is utter bollocks in this game, which is why I was getting blown all over the bloody place. So hopefully we should have slightly smoother flying today. I say slightly because I'm still flying the thing. She's still here. She slept here all night. Can you believe it? Can you believe that? Now I've noticed, I need to raise this with Just Flight. I'm pretty sure back in the day, this always used to save fuel. Now it always seems to load in with a full fuel tank. I'm pretty sure it used to save state fuel. I need to double check that, but it certainly isn't now, because we certainly didn't have full tanks of fuel when we landed last night. Which is pretty poochy, really, to be honest. It is not good. And we wanted full tanks anyway, but it doesn't seem to be state saving now. State saving is on.
State saving enabled.
Let me just have a quick check in there. I wanted to get going. Right, so let's get going, and then we can I'll have a look in the files once we're in the air. Otherwise we're never going to get anywhere again, are we? Same old story. Same old story. We should be departing runway 30. We are looking at the ATIS. No, I can hear the ATIS.
9 feet, temperature 12 degrees, deploying 09 degrees, QNO 1017, landing and departing runway 30, transition level 080, advise on initial contact U, have information X-ray.
X-ray. Copy that, sir. Copy that. What's ground? 12580. Hey, Mr. Chancellor, how you doing, dude? Hope you're keeping well. We can see the sun today, so that's nice. That is nice. Right. Everything should be filed, so let's Vega Ground, good morning. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima PA28 requesting IFR clearance to Reykjavik with information X-ray. Brain stopped again.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, ground, clear to Reykjavik via MUB to departure, runway 30, climb via C2 for Lausen Fed, squawk 2531.
Hey. Clear to Reykjavik via the My2 Bravo departure, runway 30, climb via SID to 4,000 feet, squawk 2531. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, read back correct. Call me back when ready for start or taxi.
Call back ready for start taxi, Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Okay, so it's as planned. Let's do this. Get this downloaded quicker. Should just be straight import it into here. Catalog. Oh, well, blimey. Need to clear this down, don't I? That'll be it. That'll be it. My intent in Nesbu. Okay. Don't know if it's actually got that in there, is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Good stuff. Right. Dextonator, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to the stream.
10 kilometers or more. Roggen 1900 feet. Temperature 12 degrees. Deploying 09 degrees. QNH 1017. Landing and departing runway 30. Transition level 0.
Was that 101?
Advise on initial contact you. Have information X-ray.
Was that 1017?
Vega airport information X-ray. 08.
I think it was 1017, wasn't it?
Surface wind 240 degrees. 10 knots. Variable between 210 degrees and 280 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Roggen 1900 feet. Temperature 12 degrees. Deploying 09 degrees. QNH 1.
This is the TDS. This is the GTN XI from TDS. So you can get it from their website. It's a one-off payment. You got a couple of options. You've got the PMS 750, which is a very similar unit. But that's a subscription. Unless I don't know if they've done a one-off payment on that one. I don't know. But that used to be a subscription, a monthly or an annual subscription. I think the TDS is a once-off payment. The TD this unit is actually, I think that I could be wrong, but I think the PMS 750, 650 are based on the real units, but it's their own development as such. The TDS versions use the Garmin Trainer official unit. So as a Garmin Trainer, you can download Garmin Trainer and use it. Obviously not integrated into the plane. There's actually Garmin training software which actually utilizes these units if you want to. So that's what the TDS is built around. So the PMS has as far as I know, has additional stuff in it that you wouldn't necessarily get in the real unit. They've added some features, which is cool. Whereas this one is kind of by the book of the real life Garmin training unit. So yes, available from TDS. So TDS, GTNX, GTNXI, the 750 and the 650. And depending on the plane, you can obviously have them in combos of, you know, things like the Cessna 414 has two 750s in it. So it's very much up to the developer of the aircraft how they want to integrate this in. There's also a few of these. If you don't have any paywares to use this in, there are actually quite a few. They've actually done quite a few mods to allow you to integrate it into some of the default Asobo aircraft. So things like the 152, the 172, and things like that. You can actually so that's the TDS link, and if you go to there and you go to, I'll tell you all about it. It's got integrated Navigraph support if you get the Pro version. So Pro version, which works for 2024, has got the Navigraph. If you're on 2020, then I don't know about the Pro version. I think the Pro version is just for 24 with the Navigraph support. So if you're just on 2020, then the standard version will do you. If you're on 2024, then the Pro version is probably the version to get, even though it is a little bit more expensive one-off payment. Then it gives you full Navigraph support, so integration of Navigraph charts and their AirAx. If you don't have the Pro version, then it will just use the default Garmin Trainer database, which in the Garmin Trainer itself gets updated every 2 years or something, which is what we first had when we first had the TDS. We just had the Garmin Trainer database of information, which was always a little bit behind. So there was always like a conflict between that and live data that you may use on BatSim or whatever. But since you've got the Pro version in 24, that now includes Navigraphs. If you've got a Navigraph subscription, if you don't, then it won't help you. But if you do, then obviously it will utilize the Navigraph database and charts, etc. So you can view charts on units as well. And default ones, if you don't have, so if you don't have paywares that you can use it, there's all these ones which you can just download on an additional little mod. So the 152, Huey, Beaver, R66, the Eurocopter, the Albatross, so the Dakota, the standard, which is quite a good aircraft actually. The standard the Dakota that Asobo did is actually pretty good. Or if they did that in conflict with the Twin Otter. Actually, the default Twin Otter, I've flown it a couple of times recently. It's not bad actually. It is not bad, and you can stick the TDS in there as well, which kind of makes it a bit more comfy. The Titan, the Skyhawk, Skywagon, and the 125. So there's a little mod you can have as well that gives you integration of these units in there as well, which is quite neat. Just a little individual mod for each one of those if you want to add them in. And obviously there's on the website it will tell you all the payware integrations you can have as well, like the Just Flight ones or Flyware 414, FlightSimWare. I think FlightSimWare the Learjet has it. There's all sorts there. New FlightSimWare Legacy has it. A whole host of other Black Square units, you know. So there's quite a long list of aircraft that have this integrated. Lots of them have this as, you can either have this or the PMS or the new, I can't remember, what's the name of the new units we've got default in the sim now? The name's gone. There's a new configuration unit as well, isn't it? So there's loads of options out there. The only thing we're kind of dying for, I don't know if there's anything out there, is a Garmin G5 or something. I know some aircraft do have them in it, like some of the A2A do have their own custom coded G5s in, because they're kind of nice. If you're upgrading your cockpit, it's kind of what you do in the real world, isn't it? You'd slap a nice little Garmin G5 in it. I don't know if there's actually, I know actually looks like there's a mod out there that could be used and integrated. I don't know, but again, it'd be down to Just Flight or whoever to actually utilize it, I guess. So or unless you're brain the size of a planet, you could probably work out how to do it yourself. But right, that's in, that's done. We've set that. That's all good. We're loaded up with fuel. Let's get going before we drain our battery too much. Are we? Bagel Ground, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima requests engine start. I don't know if you need to request engine start in places like in the UK. You probably would have to, but I don't know. It might even be option here just to call straight for taxi after you started. I don't know. But that's where we're polite. We'll ask, eh? No, I mean, no harm in asking. Let's make sure the controls are working before we do anything else, because that'd be stupid. It's all
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, engine start approved, call on ready for taxi.
Start approved, call when ready for taxi. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Must be using my brain. I thought I'd responded to him. She didn't. Hey. Hey. Right, let's turn them on. That can come on. That can come on. That can come on low. Clipper up. There were actually some people wandering past it just now, but I don't know where they've gone. Alrighty. Nope. Okay. Now, it's been a while since I've done a Beyond ATC to give you backtracking, so I'll have to see what he gives us. When it's not uber busy, there's a couple of planes here probably waiting to go out at some point. Don't know what time. So we'll have to see what the fella gives us. And we want the SID, which is a very good question. It's one of them. W. That's the B, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. This fella here. He said climbing up to 4,000, so we just follow the SID out. Out to the NDB 337. Yes, it doesn't even remember things like the ADF. It remembers these things are switched on, but it doesn't remember anything else. Might not be up until we're in the air, but suction, oil pressure, oil temps, fuel pressure, fuel flow is okay. Cheer, let's just let's go to the left-hand tank for takeoff. Echo Ground, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, ready for taxi.
Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, taxi holding point runway 30 at pilot's discretion.
Taxi holding point runway 30, pilot's discretion, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Well, it's there.
Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, contacts Eagle Tower 12 for decimal 55.
EKVG Tower 124.55, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. 2455. Let's get out of here before these big boys decide they want to come to the party. So this is a freeware. When we're in the air, I'll knock up a quick list of all the freewares I'm using for this journey, because there's some stonking sceneries that people have put together. Big brain stuff. Too big for my brain, anyway. Should we shut the window this time? We forgot to do that yesterday. I think there's actually a parking space actually inside that hangar when I was looking at it this morning. You can actually spawn onto. How vague, I mean, I'm not a real pilot. How vague is a pilot's discretion? I mean, what does that actually mean? Could you just, within limits, just kind of, you know, stick your head out the window and, oh, we'll go that way? I don't know. I do not know these things. EKVG Tower, good morning, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, holding short runway 30 is ready for departure.
Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, Eagle Tower, wind 240 degrees, 10 knots, runway 30, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 30, clear for takeoff, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Righty, stick those on. That's all good. Oops. No, it's actually quite a bit of a runway. This was deceptive when I was landing yesterday and all that cloud and all the nonsense we had. Of how much runway there actually was because it's kind of, we'll see when we get down here. I was worried about stopping because you don't need much distance to stop this, but some of these weird runways where you've got, it seemed like definitely a couple of limitations of your view. Just beautiful the it's a shame that some of that traffic isn't actually going out kind of sharpish. Would have been fun to kind of interact and play with them a bit. But, don't expect Vagar Airport to be that busy at 9:30 UTC. I mean, it's oodles of runway. Now, again, strictly speaking, if you were taken off and you were given an intersectional departure, you take off from wherever that taxiway is, isn't it? if you're just backtracking a little J on this, is it just your discretion to take off from wherever? I don't know. I don't know. Well, assuming it is, because I really can't be bothered to drive all the way down there. We don't need it all. So when you were landing, it's deceptive that I was looking and thinking, what is that the end of the runway? Should have looked at the charts, obviously, but it was a bit deceptive of actually what's what and who's who. Now there's something wrong in my settings with the needle. Not. I wonder we haven't got a. Will that deflect if we go to GPS? No, it's not, is it? Don't know. Something wrong with my settings of this unit for tying it up. We played with this yesterday, but I thought I'd fixed it, but I guess not. I need to read the book again. Because it says connected to OBS GPS. Auto slew. That's on. If we just twiddle that and it changes, isn't it? No, it doesn't. Okay. I don't know. For another day. Right, let's venture. And hopefully now we've adjusted the turbulence settings, we won't get thrown around like a blooming cheap salad. Because that was, well, apart from whatever happened coming into it yesterday with that crazy, well, I don't know whatever happened. We just got, well, it just got completely skittled. It's a funny little, so we got completely blown offline now. I mean, it's 19 knots wind, but gear coming up.
Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead.
It's a funny old lift off there with that kind of, especially that wind's coming for actually literally up that slope. Oh, sorry, buddy. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, apologies. Should be transmitting now.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, check transponder.
Really? Transponder should be altitude reporting. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima.
Okay.
Contact X departure 123 decimal 6.
Departure on 123.6. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Don't know why it's not telling us what the frequencies are on here. I did see some reporting saying there was something weird going on with Beyond AC and the frequencies after last Iraq. Don't know what. Equid departure, Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, climbing through 2,500 feet.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, X departure, good day, identified, climb flight level 100.
It's the same fella. Sounds like the same fella. Climb flight level 100, Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Sound like that's exactly the same fella.
All aircraft be advised information Yankee now current, QNH 1017.
We're getting completely chuffed by a 28 knot from over there somewhere, but we're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. Right, let's get this puppy trimmed out, and we're quite stable now. So, interesting little gully with the islands there and the wind, kind of lapping over the islands, I guess. But it's a bit better weather than it was yesterday, wasn't it? Coming in here, it was distinctly that seems a bit weird. This should, I would have thought this should just slew to the GPS course. I'm sure it always used to, but let's stick on heading mode for the moment. So I'll catch up with chat in a second, just trying to get us on our way. Right. You're an ex-CPL FI. Oh, really? Semi after a medical problem. Oh, sorry to hear that, fella. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I didn't mean you just go driving like a wild beast around the apron, but yeah, huge responsibility. If they tell you to follow a line, you follow a line. But and look, I mean, it was literally just turning around and it's there. No, for sure. I'm sure I've had Beyond ATC give me pilot's discretion at slightly larger fields. I guess if it's not busy, I don't know. But I don't know why. See, this is not. I've obviously got something wrong with settings, because normally when this unit's on GPS, this is locked. You can't change the obs on it because it's locked, and it just as you get to a waypoint and you change, it then switches to new one. You normally can't change the obs on this when it's set to GPS, because you just can't, because it's locked to the system. But it doesn't seem to be locked to the system for some reason. I don't know why. Whether that's a change they've made or something, I don't know. But it's confusing me. I'm just looking at the settings again. Connect to autopilot. Oh, one second. Nav. GPS autopilot, yes. Nav. Radio selection, command nav 1, yes. Connect GPS to HSI auto slew, yes. GPS. Yeah, I don't know. None. Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps they've just. I mean, I can see. Well, no, that still doesn't make sense. Okay, coming towards 7. It's a beautiful day.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Contact Reykjavik Control 126 decimal 75.
Reykjavik Control 126.75 Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Bye bye. Reykjavik Control, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, climbing through flight level 070 for 100.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Reykjavik Control identified. Climb flight level 120.
Climb flight level 120, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Because that, I mean, yeah. I shouldn't. That should just be tied to the GPS course. Don't know. Who knows? Well, let's just see. Let's just stick that at some completely stupid angle. But it always has been in this one, Destinator. When you switch the CDI to GPS on the unit, that has always just been rigid and non-changeable. So it's literally that angle it should be. I mean, it doesn't make sense I can do that, even though we're locked onto the GPS course. It's never been like that, and I don't understand why it is. I need to go into their Discord and just check, because it just seems a bit odd. Yeah. Something's not hooking up properly. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know in the real world. It's just my experience of just flying this. That's the way it's always been. I say it could just be I've done something stupid, which is, you know, this is always a possibility. Joachim, how you doing, fella? Welcome in. I'll check in the settings of this in a minute. Perhaps I did wipe the sim a while back and removed everything and reinstalled stuff, so it could be that I just haven't set something up correctly again, which is always a possibility. So look, system set up, wireless capture. That's just the ILS auto switch. So I don't remember. That's the only thing I know to do with the CDS that actually that would do it is just whether you want it to manually switch to the ILS. In here, also there's the settings in the background of the application that's running. Let me have a look in their Discord quickly and have a look. TDS. Solution to have the GTN was set to GPS, which gave it always setting it to none helped, and just manual impression was that it was supposed to work either way around. Just control themselves. Ah. Did I? It's just changed. Me changing the settings, but I don't know. Well, didn't achieve anything. Just it's got no offset now. Okay, now it's locks and it's a VOR 1. But it's still. I guess it probably is. Okay, let's stick it back to, let's leave it on that and see what happens. We'll see when we get to the next waypoint, see if the line deflects to the new course. That's all we can do. That is all we can do. We've stopped climbing. Let's keep climbing. All good. Right, let me do something quickly here. Okay, that's the two sceneries we're using today. I will add the other ones to the list. the whole route we're doing. I said that Vega one is pretty awesome for a freeware. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Let's come up to 10. Keep it tickling up. Still got 60 to go until the next turn point. But nice and relaxing so far. Can't complain. Just trying to find the TDS manual quickly and have a look. Where is that? That'll be it. Okay, going up to 11. Keep an eye on that. Revise the abilities and nav, yes. Check the spots. Correlates the. Okay. Getting nailed by a 37 crosswind here. Change the value of the unit by using the flight sim to raw source selected from the vlog source below. While I think of it, just flight. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's nothing there. I'm not familiar with that GPS unit. How do you change? Okay, so, well, oops, a second. Too easy reading manuals and not flying my plane. Oh, hold on a second, Chief. Whoops. Whoopsie. Took me off the ball for a second. So in this particular plane, you obviously if you do it in the unit itself, you just press the CDI button to change between GPS and VLOC to select the source that's driving the autopilot, and you can obviously just do it with this switch here as well, which is obviously built into the plane to change the selection. So, provided obviously in the settings for this, in the app that's running, feeding the simulator, you select to have the GPS connected to the source. If you don't select that, then this won't control anything to do with the autopilot in the aircraft. So this is purely driving the autopilot. The auto control 3B in here. I mean, it's not a very exotic autopilot. It's very basic. Doesn't have altitude hold or anything like that. It does have a pseudo altitude hold, which I've kind of engaged. They kind of coded one in. Well, no, I changed how it was connecting. I was changing how it was connecting to the sim. I've changed the setting on it in the background. And it seems to be locked now, so we'll see. But I thought that's the setting I had it on yesterday, and it seemed to be unlocked, so I don't know. We shall we'll keep an eye on it. I say it is most likely user error. It is pretty normal, but it's not a lot on there to see, is there? We can't change the colour. That'll be the sea. I say it's usually pretty likely that I've done something stupid. So anyway, I didn't actually set the timer when we took off. What time did we take off? Half an hour ago. Oh, we still got a few pop on. Doop. So, but it's locked now. So, and if I take that off GPS, then it should be unlocked. Because obviously there's no source driving it. But so if we just deflect that around, then we'll put it back to GPS. It's pinging around now to the course, and is locked. So that should be correct now. I say it's probably just something where it's like I set these units up very specifically how I wanted them set up, and when I wipe the sim just before 5.1 dropped, I think, just to clear stuff out, so I was having a few issues, as we all do. I thought I'd set everything back again, but obviously not. So as Hawk would point out, it is user error. We're still good. We're all good now. There's no traffic on the comms. There's nothing. I feel quite lonely out here. Actually, there's a... What's that? There's actually a 7-8 beaming past us at a height somewhere. I don't know if we can see it. Oh, it is. I'm quite sure what happened to the has he done a he does we can't see, we can see the trail moving, we can't see the aircraft, but that's weird. Or perhaps he was just suddenly drawn in or something, I don't know. And there's another KLM. He's going to... Oh, well, that's flying through from San Francisco to Poland, to Warsaw. Bloody hell. And then there's a 78X from Amsterdam to San Francisco over... Excuse me. You can't see him. Oh, that way somewhere. Yeah, I don't know how to. His must be something to do with why he's been drawn in or something. As he got into the kind of the danger zone around me. Yes, this has some lovely tech in it. It's got the smart glide facility, which obviously is fully integrated now in planes that support it. So if you do get stuck somewhat up high and the spinny bit on the front decides to not spin anymore, it will try and glide you within its remit of where it thinks it can get you to the nearest airport vicinity of, which is very clever. And we did test it back in the day. Need to test it again sometime. It'd be uber scary in real life, I'm sure. It's a bit like the old Vision Jet with the old panic button up here, isn't it? If the two fleshy people at the front kind of wither, you can get the plane to auto fly you to somewhere safe, hopefully. But that's still with power, isn't it? This is smart glide of hurry. Not that he can find it now. Making me look like a chump now. Where is it? Can you only set it up as a... Is it gone? No, smart glide, here we go. Do not press that button. Well, we'll have to give that another spin sometime, because it's one thing at getting you to the vicinity of, well, obviously we're stuffed here because there's nowhere we can go to, but seems got a bit of scope creep going on here. You still got to land the damn thing, you know. It's all very well it's working out. It can glide you at prescribed the glide speed to wherever. You still got to get the thing on the ground. But hey, every little helps, huh? Every little helps. So I'm just using the pseudo altitude hold while I'm streaming because it's just it's one thing less for me to have to worry about. Right. Okay, well we'll see now if this hops it around the corner in 27 miles time, which it should do. What sort of thing do you fly in the sim, Dixonator? Do you kind of stick with what you know of things you used to do when you were an instructor, or do you kind of like dabble in anything, everything now? Obviously, with your knowledge you've got. And how, I mean, we see lots of real pilots talking about on the YouTube. You know, there's lots of YouTube real pilots who comment on this, that, and the other, and how good or bad things are. And take them all with a pinch of salt, really. Mainly, GA, you're not very techie. Oh, look. I do fly other things. I mean, I love flying older stuff. So recently got into the Connie from Red Wing, and we'll do some more flights in that soon. Because that's a lot of fun. I do like the older stuff. I do a lot of GA. Look, doing jaunts like this are fun because it's a different route to do, it's different places to see. But it's not the most fun GA experience flying IFR routes like this, because you kind of it is nice and it's fun if you're doing things like Beyond ATC or VATSIM or whatever you're doing on, I guess, because you've got that added level of the brain whirring, and it can get quite out of hand very quickly, as I'm sure you know. But fly things like the Fokker F28, love that plane. We flew that last week, had some fun in that. 146, a lot of fun. Been flying a lot of the good old Boeing 247D a while back. Love that plane. Fell in love with that thing. That's really cool. Love that plane. Has its moments, but that's a really cool. Hey Pete, how you doing? Welcome, dude. DC6 now, we've got that in 2024, although it's still a bit broken. Hopefully they'll get it fully working. So the Connie enjoying that now. Things like the Spitfire. I guess that the most modern thing I own is the INI A300, which I do enjoy flying. I did the whole of world flight in that last year, offline, but because I couldn't do it offline, couldn't do it online, didn't have the time to do it. TGIF, absolutely, Pete, absolutely. Looking forward to the hopefully this year, hopefully, fingers crossed, the Just Flight A300, the B4, the old school. I know everybody's kind of into the L1011, the TriStar now, which is a nice aircraft. I just don't have the headspace for that at the moment. And the 727 things like that. But I do like a bit of GA. I love the old the Fly Simware. The Fly Simware 414. Even though it's not a 2024 plane, it works perfectly in 2020. We've flown that quite a bit. Do like the sound of a nice twin. And things like, got the Beechcraft Model 18's a lot of fun to fly. It's pretty cheap. It's only £9 and there's a mod you can get for that, so that's a lot of fun. What other things have been taken out recently? So yeah, mostly old stuff. As much as I admire the tech of things like the A350 and the A380, for what they are, incredible bits of technology, this is kind of the only screen I want to stare at. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I kind of wish we have done some flights in the past, just taking this out and sticking the old radios back in and going completely old school. But it's nice to have just have some information at your fingertips sometimes, even if you're just hand flying, you know. It's on 2020, yeah, cool. Go. What's in real life? I've never flown in real life. No. Do you really, from what you've seen so far, do you really think anyone would let me fly a plane? The Fokker F28 is kind of my... The new Just Flight F70 and F100, again, are awesome bits of kit. But I prefer the F28. Old school. You know. But, you know, I don't... people who want to spend all their time in all the modern airlines, it's cool, you know, why not? It's... I say this all the time, we're very lucky and privileged to be able to have things like this, or complex simulations of 350s, 300s, 777s, or whatever your poison is. We're very fortunate that we have those tools to play with all the bells and whistles on your desk, with all the equipment, or VR, or full motion seats, or if that's all your stuff you've got, 17 screens around, you know, with whatever. We're very fortunate that we have the ability to do that stuff, you know, to experience in a virtual way a little bit of life in an aeroplane, which, yeah, we've all done it in the past with old flight simulators on Spectrums and Amigas, show me age, which we thought were the business back in the day, which were pretty horrible actually, looking at it now. I don't know if this just wants to keep drifting up to 100 foot above for some reason and stays there. You say it's harder in the... Look, I would imagine... I say I've never flown... I've never been sat in it. Well, I've been in float planes in Canada and stuff, in the back, you know, on little journeys and stuff. But I've never sat in one of these up the front, up the, you know, the dangerous end and flown it. The biggest thing that I would imagine is different to sitting here to sitting in the real seat is visibility. If you're flying in VR, then sure, you can be a bit more of a GA pilot, and you can look around because you're looking around all the time and not staring at this stuff, you know, which is not easy when you're in a sim. And also visibility of aircraft with draw distances and all that sort of stuff in this can be a pain in the arse sometimes. So trying to fly true general aviation in the sim, VFR, is not easy because you just can't. You don't have the situational awareness that you would have in the real aircraft. You know, having a bum on the seat in something real, and the concept which you get in VR. Yeah, if you're sitting in this in VR, you feel like you're sitting here. You feel like you're in a cramped cockpit. You can look out the window. You can look around when you're coming in. You know, not having head tracker, flying this thing without head tracker when you're flying GA and coming into an airport or something is a pain in the arse because having to kind of constantly flick a button to look around badly when you're turning in to line up on a runway is a pain in the arse. Just makes it harder, I guess. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Chancellor. Do you mind me calling you Mr.? It just sounds... I just love calling you Mr. Chancellor. I don't know why. Yeah, if you've got all the toys of your own little McDo or something, or you've got, you know, all the panels, you've got the twiddly knobs, cool old head. Yeah, Mr. Chancellor sounds quite impressive, to be honest. I just say, do you know what? I'd Mr. Chancellor in my stream today. Yeah. Yeah, look, if you've got all the, I mean, we've all seen. You know, if you look at the toys the guys on World Flight, you know, Simfest and their cockpits that some of these chaps build are, you know, even if you just built yourself a little GA cockpit with physicalities of stuffiness that you can, to be able to put fleshy stuff on something and press a button or twiddle a knob or something. Look, we've all got it to a certain extent with controls we have, like my Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo. I got things I can push and pull and twiddle, whatever, but they don't look like that, really. I mean, they look a bit like it, but they don't look like that. Especially if you're in VR, to have something that's familiar that you can grab and, you know, muscle memory, the switch is down there, or something you can pull or twiddle, or something is there, makes a huge difference. You never tried VR? I mean, this kind of gathering dust a bit at the moment. Just haven't had time to. I haven't tried it in 5.1, so it's like. I saw there's a whole load of VR improvements coming in some update 6 or fixes and stuff. I don't know. How much the headsets? Oh, 1 second. Oh, look, see, it turned, so it's locking now. So we seem to have fixed it. Okay. How long's a piece of string? Depends. Come to the bottom end of the market for things like a Quest 3 or a Pico or things like that. You're talking, what are these now? 400 quid or something? I don't know, 400 quid. But that's a standalone thing. So obviously, things like the Quest 3, the old Quest 2, and that sort of headset. These runs, you don't need a PC to run these. If you just want to dance around in your living room playing Beat Saber or killing zombies or whatever you want to do, you can do that with one of these with nothing else. Obviously, if you want to do PC VR or do Flight Sim or Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen or whatever in your head, you then need a PC to drive it. So that's kind of, it's all very well picking up one of these for like 400 quid. Let's pick a number out of the air, but then you may need £2,000 worth of PC to drive it if you want to do Flight Sim, or £3,000 worth of PC, etc. The headset's just part of the puzzle. Pushing the pixels to it is the expensive piece. Then once you get up and you go to, as Ped says, crystals and stuff, high resolution headsets, which are in a way much better than that for the quality what you're seeing in your eyes. But then obviously you need a lot more of a PC to then push more pixels into your. But having said that, this is the thing. Okay, before I saw what I was going to say, once you get into VR, put it this way, you know how if you're doing Flight Sim, you're constantly tweaking and twiddling stuff just to get, let's just change that setting, let's just change that setting, I was getting a bit of a, let's just change that setting. Times that by a million when you get VR, because you will be constantly playing with things to get that little percentile. So that's the first thing. The second thing is PC tech can't currently keep up with the demands of VR. So if you want to buy a £2,000 crystal whatever headset, top of the range jobby, which is amazing, to fully drive that thing, a top of the range Intel or AMD and a 5090, you will struggle. there's a compromise. The biggest word that you'll have in VR is compromise. Geordie, how you doing, fella? But this is where in my mind it gets quite simple. I've got a mid-range PC and I've got a mid-range VR headset. But the thing you have to kind of I've learnt to live with is it's nice to have the best visuals you can have. But the more important thing is to have smooth visuals. Look, we all know when you're flying flight sim on the screen and you get stutters and stuff, it's not very nice. Oh, lovely. Nice, Geordie. Yeah, good to see you, fella. Hope you're keeping well. When you're on a VR headset and that is your world and you get stutters, it's like someone sticks a hot poker through your head. It's horrible. So there's a huge compromise to be made to turn down the eye candy to get rid of that. There's nothing worse being in a VR headset and the thing stops for like a tenth of a second and you get these. It's not very nice on the screen in front of your eyes at a distance. When it's like someone just goes, just probes your head with something. It's horrible. But even saying that, if you do get into the VR experience and you run on lower settings, because you're kind of getting your world shoved straight into your eyes, really, and your brain, you don't really notice that so much. It's nice if you can have things cranked up, but even when you pull it all back and you get a bit more sensible, because you're getting that realism and everything in your that kind of after a while kind of fades and you don't notice. You're not getting 4K visuals in stunning surrounds that you may get on your lovely great big 35-inch screen in front of you on your desk, because it's getting injected straight into your head from screens like that. So compromise. The two things: infinite changing of settings. You will never stop tweaking stuff, and compromise. If you can live with buying a VR headset and 90% of your time is spent tweaking and 10% of your time is flying or whatever you're doing, and you're prepared to compromise on settings and you don't throw up, then you're in. I would highly recommend trying one. If you can go to a whatever games event, or you've got a friend who's got a VR headset, try it before you buy, because it's not a golden rule, but if you suffer from any sort of motion sickness or vertigo or those sorts of things, you could struggle big time. You can slowly tune your brain to not feel bad with VR if you kind of take it in small little chunks and take it off, try again a little bit later, take it off, try again a little bit later, take it off. I don't suffer from any VR sickness at all. I'm very fortunate. I can do virtually anything for like 8 hours in a VR headset, and it doesn't matter to me. I don't feel sick or anything. I'm very fortunate. I'm just some sort of freak. I don't know. Some people are like that. I don't suffer from motion sickness or seasickness or vertigo or anything in real life. But as Ped said, if you can do it and you can live with all the above of infinite tweaking and compromise and no money in your pocket, divorce, all those good things, once you've stuck something on your head and you look around and you see the scale and you can kind of like, whatever game you're playing, you get that whole, oh my god. The first time I got my old Quest 2 playing Elite Dangerous, and I put my headset on. If you don't know Elite Dangerous, you don't know Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous space game, it's probably has always been one of the best VR experiences. It really is. And the first time I got my headset, I put it on, and in the loading screen of Elite Dangerous, you're in front of a ship. Whatever ship you were last in is kind of in front of you. And I wasn't even in the game, and I just sat in the menu. Just looking around. Because it was just like, wow. You know, it was just, you know, you cannot comprehend just the visuals of actually seeing something that actually feels scale to. It's like if you sit in this thing, it's weird sitting in this thing here, even though it's on I've only got a 27-inch monitor. This looks vast. It sounds strange. This feels vast. You stick a headset on and you sit here. It feels like she's kind of like, as it would do in real life, she's kind of like here. Because suddenly your brain's like, oh shit. You know, this is the scale of this thing. I say if you can try it out, I highly recommend it. A fighter pilot, good God. It's bad enough flying. I mean, again, I do DCS in VR. I only fly DCS in VR. And it's... Most of the time when I'm in DCS, I just fly around, be it in helicopters or jets. I just fly around and look around. Because it's just... It's hard to explain, it really is. 5080, nice dude. Well, I have read. So what was I reading on the other day? I think it was in a farm, totally unrelated, farm simulator, that people were having problems with the top Ryzen 9s, with something or other. No, it wasn't. I was reading some stuff in the Beyond ATC forum. Discord about some issues people were having, and someone was saying some of the top Ryzen 9s having some things are running a lot worse on that than there are on lesser things for some reason. I don't know, the way Windows is managing it, I don't know, something. Well, it's actually the Sim Venture one's coming up soon, isn't it, Geordie? Are we? Because Oshkosh is soon, isn't it? It's this weekend. It's today. Okay. No. So I think is it a week before the Real World one? I think, is it? I don't know. But if you want, I've downloaded it. There's a. They obviously do Pilot Edge. Are running it this year, I think, aren't they? For flight sims. And they've actually got a scenery of Oshkosh you can get from them. You have to register a free account. You can get a 2024 on X-Plane or a prepared 3D scenery for to use with the event. I'm sure there'll be people streaming over the weekend. A fan blowing on you? Yes. Yeah. Look, I'd also recommend, if you do get is to get some sort of ventilation. I mean, this has got an aftermarket faceplate on it, which doesn't have a fan in it, so it blows air into your face to keep you cool. Especially in this hot weather, you stick a VR headset on and suddenly your face melts. So if you can get something that's got a aftermarket blower that will ventilate around your face, makes a huge help. But yeah, having a fan blowing on you just kind of grounds you. Kind of brings you back into the room, and also will keep you cool. Anyone near Aberdeen, Scotland? Nice, dude. I've been up to Aberdeen for a long time. Nice, dude. Well, you go. There's an open offer there if you want to see Mr. Chancellor. Oh, nice, dude. Nice Dexinator. Wow. Awesome. Yeah, well, yeah. Ped, I can imagine. Look. I've got a fan blowing away just to keep me cool here. I mean, it's 30 degrees in here, and most of that's coming out of the PC. I've got the windows open and stuff to try and vaguely keep me cool, but when your PC's chugging hard, and mine's not working that hard at the moment, just there's not a lot for it to do up here. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, if you got the equipment, you can do that. Then that's awesome. I used to do a lot of VR streams. Elite Dangerous was always doing in VR back in the day. Thesis, when I've streamed that, I've done that in VR. I've done a couple of VR streams with Flight Sim, doing bush flying type stuff. But VR and streaming is kind of... it's not everybody's cup of tea. A lot of people like to watch VR streams because it's kind of... the kind of instability of it. You kind of... not like this, but you're kind of getting that effect if you're kind of watching, it's looking around and it's all kind of like this. You know, it's all very... which some people just don't like watching. Some people feel kind of nauseated watching someone's Twitch stream of VR just because of the movement on it. You can use aftermarket stuff to kind of smooth it all out and whatever, which is quite cool. But it's also not very good confining talking to you and whatever. Open a window. May not be such a great idea, Geordie. We're at 12, so we could probably just about. Well, yes and no. Depends what you're running, because my 4070 Ti actually runs a lot cooler than my old 2060. It uses less power and runs cooler, just because change in tech. Obviously, if you've got a top of the range Ryzen or Intel and a 5090, sure, you know, the more power, the more heat. But some things do run a lot more efficiently these days than they used to, I think. But yeah, if I stuck my hand behind, even though my PC's not running that hard at the moment, my GPU's only at 50 degrees Celsius, which obviously is quite warm compared to air temperature. Sorry, I was jinxing. So yeah, I mean, your component's obviously running a lot hotter than air temperature. And obviously if your air temperature is quite hot, you're trying to cool something down with not very cool air. But it depends what you're playing. As Geordie says, it depends what you're doing. I mean, obviously the more power you've got available, CPU and GPU, unless you're pushing things to the max, the less you're going to have to use. Reykjavik Control 11.9.7 Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Bye bye.
Negative. Reykjavik Control on 11.9.7.
Yep. We got you, buddy. You just don't understand me. Reykjavik Control Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima flight level 120.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Reykjavik Control identified.
Yeah, the headroom's always a tricky one, Geordie. If you're if you're doing VR, then that word doesn't exist, because you're always going to be eating every last bit you can. But to be honest, most of the time, I only ever run, if I'm just doing flat screen, I only ever run at 60 frames. I mean, my monitor will go out to 144, but I usually fix most things at 60 because it's nice and comfortable. The PC's got room to flex a bit if it gets into something that's a bit sticky, or if you're doing something where I don't know, you're playing something and suddenly loads of stuff spawns in, it's got headroom to do it. The headroom word. So I very rarely let games run free to use whatever. Which sounds stupid, but it just keeps things nice and cool. It's in a small room, it keeps things nice and cooler rather than having this thing completely thrashing. I don't know. I mean, they're built to work. So I guess you shouldn't be afraid of making things work.
Good day, Reykjavik Control.
Oh, hello.
Delta 205 Heavy, flight level 340.
Traffic? Hooray.
Delta 205 Heavy. Reykjavik Control identified.
Amsterdam to Seattle. It's going to become beaming over the top of us at great speed somewhere. Right, let's twiddle the tanks, I think. Right, I'm taking a very good break. We haven't taken a break yet, so always good to get up, stretch your legs, get up, walk around, give your legs a good old flex. Drink some water. I'm going to get some water as well, actually. What have you with some lovely views of utter nothing between the Faroe Islands and Iceland. And we'll be back in a minute. Cool, we'll see you just now.
Delta 143 Heavy, Reykjavik control, identified.
Righty. Just got some fruit to munch on. There he is. It's an A339, Amsterdam to Seattle. Rocketing above our heads. I mean, it's just things like that. It's crazy, isn't it? Flying for Scandi using iFly schedules. Ooh. Cool. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a few things like that out there, isn't there? It's obviously the career mode in the game. There's quite a few different career things external, isn't there? $98 per flight hour. Ooh.
Nordland 77, report ready for descent.
Ready for descent. Norland 77.
Nordland 77, descend 282,000 feet. Expect runway 26.
Descend to 8,000 feet. Norland 77.
Nordland 77, leave top of descent heading 110, direct to Nordfjordur.
Leave the top of descent heading 110, direct north order, Norland 77.
CRJ. Awesome. And a few more sceneries to the list of the ones I'm using for this trip. From Blackbush, Dice, Vega, Reykjavik, Grisuk, and Kangerlussuaq, or however you pronounce it. I'll add some more.
Nordland 77, kontakte til Nordfjordur informasjon approach 118 decimal 1.
Oh, so there was that US National Parks update, wasn't there, last week? I haven't looked at that yet. Was it last week? Check it out sometime. Must be that new Turgs Hangar 365, the Dolphin. Does look a tasty bit of helicopter kit, doesn't it? Now that would be awesome in VR. That'd be very cool in VR. Has anybody checked out the National Parks update that was released? Sorry. What was on that? Arches National Park, Badlands, Big Bend, Black Canyon, Bryce Canyon, Canyon de Shelley, Canyon Lands, Capitol Reef, Carlsbad Caverns, Crater Lake, Death Valley, Grand Teton, Great Basin, Grand Sand Dunes, Guadalupe, Joshua Tree, Kings Canyon, Lassen Volcanic, Mesa Verde, Mount Hood, North Cascades, there's a lot of them, blimey. Olympic, Petrified Forest, Pinnacles, Redwood, Rocky Mountain, Saguaro, Secure, Theodore Roosevelt, Wind Cave, the Zion. Blimey, I didn't know there were so many national parks in the States. Well, I've heard of quite a few of those, but not all of those. And there's some guided tours as well. Those are discovery flights. It was quite a big update, wasn't it? Interesting. It'd be nice to do some gliding or something around some of those. That would be pretty cool. And gliding would be awesome in VR as well. That would be very groovy. The only VR flight sim one I've got potentially lined up sometime is the Spitfire around the UK one, following the anniversary flight they did a month or so ago. Right, fruit is eaten. We're 70 minutes on the left so far, all good. Something I was going to look at was as to why we're not getting save states. So look, what's the save state files for this? Double arrow, work, panel save. Okay, it's just a lot of numbers. Okay. $93.80. Not much help. Battery damage, right. I'll have to ask him on the forums. I'm sure Martin or someone will get back to me. Oops. I've been watching. Well, I've also been watching the England games, but I haven't. I haven't. I've watched the odd other match, but I haven't been glued to it. Definitely be glued to it at 10 o'clock tomorrow night, that's for sure, Geordie. We take on Norway. Yeah, it's going to be a corker of a game. Look, the game tomorrow night is either going to be a corker, it's going to be like 3-2 to England or something, it's going to be a thriller, or it'll be a typical 0-0 boring through to penalties job where we cancel each other out, and it'd be like, you know, one of them. I think it's going to be either nothing or utter madness. I don't think it'll just be a nice calm 1-0 win for either team. Yeah, I don't know. You predicted 4-1. I predict a riot. That's what I predict. Let's go. Yeah. I'm still in the I believe phase. Even as I said yesterday, watching the Mexico game, I was still in the I believe we are going to do this. I knew we'd get through that game. I knew it was going to be hard, but I knew we'd get through. Obviously got a bit hairy when we went down to 10 men, but we got the penalty. But it was like, you know this, Geordie, as a football fan. There's some games you go to and you think, nah, it's just not going to happen. No matter what we do, it just won't happen. And you get that sometimes when you're watching, or whatever sport, football, cricket, or whatever, you just think, other times just like, I really think we can do this, you know. I really think we've got the tools to do this. You know, you need things, you need the planets to align sometimes, don't you? But it's like England in the Ashes. Most of the time in the Ashes in Australia, you kind of winging a prayer. I think, you know, yeah, it'd be nice if we won this one, but you kind of know it ain't going to happen. But you just know when you watch a performance sometimes, bad luck can hit you, whatever. But you just know when you're watching, and you just look at the players and you look at the emotions on their faces, and you just think they believe. You can see it sometimes in any sport. You look at the players, or tennis players, or rugby, whatever it is, and you look at it and you think you can kind of almost sometimes see inside their souls and think they don't really think they can do this, whatever it be. But you could just see with everything about the way England were holding themselves, and you just thought they're up for this, they want this. And yeah, you know, it was one of those classic games in the wildest of circumstances, in the craziest of places, with everything going on with it, with the weather and the altitude and the stadium and the fans and everything. I still thought we're going to do this. Even when the game started, before we scored, I thought we can do this. And I believe that for Saturday. I still think we can go all the way at the moment. I think we've got the particular tool set that England have to do that. But there's huge obstacles. Argentina is always, assuming it's going to be Argentina in the semi, is always going to be one of those games where you believe we can beat them, and they can be beaten. But you just know they've just got that certain something where Messi has one of those moments, like he did the other night. They were dead and buried. Hey, Commander Dynaric, how you doing? And you can argue the toss with penalties and all this sort of stuff. We won't get into that. Sometimes things just go against you. Oh, you're more than welcome, Commander. You're more than welcome. Well, yeah. Who knows? Who knows? But it's such a shame. I mean, it could have just opened up. If Argentina had lost that game, suddenly kind of going from thinking we were going to have to play Brazil, who aren't really a great team these days, Argentina, and then France, it could have suddenly opened up to Norway, still France in the final, but an easier route through to meeting France in the final. I still think France are, if you're going to put money on some, well, pointless really. If you're going to have to pick a name out of the hat, I still think France are top of the tree at the moment. I just think they've got the whole, Egypt, yeah, the whole package at the moment. They're steady, they've got the bits, they've got the goal scorers, they've got the flair players. I just think they've got the complete package. But I still think we have the tools to do the job, but it's the same old story, isn't it? It's execution and implementation at the time, isn't it? It's there's no reason on any day that we can't beat anybody that's still in the tournament. I truly believe that, you know, with the tools we have. You know, if Harry Kane is still firing on all cylinders all the way through, you would not bet against England scoring goals. You know, he can just, some of the goals he scored was just been, you know, the second goal the other night was against Congo, was, you know, was just utter quality. But it's so easy for those moments just to come and go. You know, you can generate the chances, but you're not in control of all the facts at the time. Dr. Congo. It's a funny old game. You can be on your best of performances, but if things just don't align for you, they don't align for you. You know, that's a simple fact. Yeah, that is fair enough, Geordie. Fair enough. So yeah, look, it's going to be. I think it'll be a good game tomorrow night, and may the best team win. As simple as, you know. You perform where you go home. Sometimes you don't perform when you're lucky. Or where you get to this stage in any competition, be it football, rugby, tennis, snooker, whatever. You've got to deliver the goods, haven't you? You don't deliver the goods, you will get delivered. Sorry, you mean Brighton's Dan Burn? That one? Or was it? It was so funny. What was the game? Early doors, and who was playing who? There were 5 Brighton players, including an ex-manager, on the pitch at the time. I mean, that's just, you know, think of where football clubs have come from and gone to. Who was it? It was it was the Dutch against oh lordy. I can't think. My brain's gone. And a couple of them is like Van Heck's left now. But it was just a heady thought watching. Who were they playing? It was the Dutch. Who were the Dutch playing? I can't remember, Geordie. No, it wasn't Cassiodo, I don't think. I can't remember, Geordie. I'd have to look at the previous results. But it was just a surreal thing, thinking. And I wish my brother had seen that. You know, he would have been pontificating facts about it. I can't think. I'm gonna have to look at the previous facts. I just can't think who it was. Who were the Dutch playing? Who was in the Dutch group? I can't even think who was in Holland's group. Oh, it was against Sweden. Weren't they in the same group as Sweden? Because Potter's the Sweden manager, isn't he? Yeah. So it was the Dutch playing Sweden. So we had Van Heck on Dutch. We got Bart in goal. Potter was the manager of Sweden. Brain's gone. Ayari for Sweden. And there was someone else. That's 4. I'm sure there was someone else. But it was just a surreal moment of, hold on a second, there's okay, some X, but that's, you know, in my wildest dreams, watching us nearly go out against Hereford all those years ago, I never thought we would have had a complement of players that we playing in the World Cup, even if some of them have just left us this summer. Obviously Potter a while back, but that's mad, isn't it? I'm sure you must get those moments as well, Geordie, where you've got current or ex-Newcastle players. You just think, you know, sometimes the quality that passes through across the horizon that your favourite team. Yeah, we're not all Liverpool, Manchester United, and Chelsea and Arsenal. We've just got international stars all around the world, you know. Yeah, it was definitely a pinch myself moment. Oh, look, I can see land. Exactly, Geordie. It's I know they're just players or whatever, and they yeah, Brighton's Dan Burn, yeah, exactly. He's a good player. It's funny, I forget how tall he is until you see him on the pitch with other people. It's like, oh yeah, no, he's quite a big lad, isn't he? But again, we found all this talent. I mean, I look at Argentina and McAllister. We found that player from the middle of nowhere in Argentina. We brought him to the Premier League. No one else had a clue about him, and he's kind of like Messi's right-hand man, you know. It's all very quiet, isn't it? We're going to have some people coming into Reykjavik, I don't know. So look. There's nothing listed. Oh, perhaps we're not close enough to see rivals. It's a bit... in a little bit. But yeah, enjoy, Geordie. Have a... Enjoy it. No matter which way it goes. Enjoy the spectacle. And it's a sensible time as well. Which is all good. Right, we need to start thinking about things here. Things like how we're going to get onto the ground when we get to the vicinity. That tends to be quite important, really. Still got a long way to go, but need to start thinking about these things. Striker Victor Gilkeris. I don't remember him back in the day, to be honest. To be perfectly honest with you. We've already got an hour and a half, blimey. Cool, blimey. Yes, yeah. There's so many youngsters at every club that just come and go. That you never kind of really... never properly leaned out, did we? We're a bit of a munchkin. Good. Mr. Cool Dog. Woo. Did I see them saying that 4.9's coming out next week, Cool Dog? I'm sure I saw that. I'm sure someone said that. They keep churning them out. And the game's still utterly broken. No, it's not. I'm joking. Well, mostly. Mostly broken. Improvement or degradation? Don't be that person, Willies. Come on. He's streaking. Thank you for your streaking, Cool Dog. What's the 80s telling us? 128. I don't think we'll get it, but runway 31, and what it looks peachy. Well, a bit broken ground, scattered and broken, but nothing we can't handle after yesterday's debacle. So... Yes, I saw that. Yes. I did see that. Airport. We need that. So we're coming on runway 31, potentially. Now, and that's good because we're coming from over here anyway, so that's perfecto. I don't think there's anything that brings us in that way. Any stars, is there? We don't have... Did I... I don't think I put... Did I put a star in?
On 125.7, ICR 9 Charlie, bye bye.
I'm not sure I did, actually. I think there's only an RMP for 3-1, I think. Hopefully we'll be visual anyway, but because I think we're routed to RK31. I think it's on our route. It is. So I routed us to there just to be straight in, but we'll have to request this because we might. I mean, it's an NDB or it's the RMP, so I presume they'll default to this unless they give us a visual. I just want to fix docking so I can use your $400 shit. Oh, what's that? The alien one. You've landed there with 76. Oh, nice, dude. Awesome. Cool. I've been here a couple of times in the sim, but not for a while. Not for a while. So yeah, we're kind of we're penciling in. We're penciling in that.
Idulvise 328. Descend via star 232 some 500 feet. QNH1009.
Descend via star 232 some 500 feet. QNH100 Nini. Idulvise 328.
00 Nini? 00 Nini. Zero Nini. The procedure, we're going to assume. Reclaim that anything that has an extra large hangar gets defaulted to a docking port. Hangars. Oh, is that a new change? So you can't, because you. It always used to be able to get your reclaimer through a hangar, didn't it? So is there anything... Wow. A year now, really? I was using before, when I had the reclaimer last, whenever that was before the wipe. I was able to use that... Oh, actually I don't know, actually. I had to use a docking port when I went back to Nick's once. But initially, it was initially recalled via A hangar, I thought. I'm sure it was recorded via a hangar. Oh no, where did I bring that from? Did that come from Stanton? I can't remember where I initially spawned it, to be honest. Just when you go to land, it gives you a docking port. Yeah, okay. Okay. Which is cool, since docking ports mostly work. Don't they? Don't they? We have faith, Cordog. We have faith. Okay, we've got an Airbus. We've got an Icelandic Airbus.
ICR546, kontakter til Reykjavik
Appears
kontroll
somewhere.
128.6.
Center on 128.6. ICR546.
Ah, okay. So just store it and then recall it, or go to cabbage. Okay. Or Orison, I guess, doesn't have. Does Orison have docking ports? I've never actually tried a docking port at Orison. Does Orison have docking ports? Does it? I've never actually been there with a Reclaimer or a Hull C or anything. To actually, okay. Interesting. What did we say? Our did we say? It's 3.5. But to be honest, I haven't been there. I haven't been to Orison for ages, literally ages, because I stopped buying ship parts like a few updates ago, because they just kept on getting deleted every time they patched, unless you were lucky. So I just stopped upgrading ships. So I haven't been there to buy anything. And if I have bought anything, it's probably recently. It's probably been to Babbage. So I haven't been there for a long time. It's not my favourite place, to be honest. Bit too shiny for me. Groovy. Too shiny for me, and you are flying. I would hardly call this shiny. I would. Sorry, not you, love. I would hardly ever classify this thing as shiny. This has not been shiny for a long time. Just in case I nod off. Safety. Safety in numbers, cool dog. Safety in numbers. In case I nod off. I'm flying around the pond, so you know. Did you buy into the AI craze? She mean AI. She's real. She's a real human being. How dare you? How dare you? Take that back. Unbelievable. What? Unavailable upcoming flight plan leg not supported. I know. I've never used that. I refuse to use it. Well, my PC did decide to mysteriously want to update to 25H2 this morning, much to my dismay. So I've been telling it to sod off for ages. And it hasn't broken yet, so... And I can't say I like it so far. I don't like what it's done to my start menu. But it hasn't broken anything yet. So I was a tad concerned when I booted my PC today and suddenly noticed it was downloading a Windows update. There's a dash 8 up there somewhere. Anyway, good to see you, cool dog. Always good to see the coolest dog in town. Always good news. I'd love to come to Iceland sometime. Be quite an interesting place to come to, isn't it?
Leave Rusty heading 114, direkt vägar, ISR 300.
That's a Airbus 321, just a rumoured above me there. I think it's an easy. Is it an easy jet? Let's have a look. Off to Italy. I will admit, I do have a Raylan. I bought it right when they announced the cargo size increase because I knew it would drive up the price. So if I trade it into another ship, I will double my money on the credits. Oh, really? Told you I've got some credit if you want to buy it, my dude. If you need some extra credit, I've got some credit you can buy. Nice work, dude. Nice work. looks quite fun, doesn't it? Sure, yes. Yeah. Yeah, you melt it and you only get back what you chucked in the pot. Absolutely. That's why it's alright, we're kind of just above the cloud over the over the island.
ICR 36 Romo, descend via star 252,600 feet, QNH1006.
So we don't get abandoned by Beyond ATC again today.
To 5,600 feet.
And left to rot.
1006, ICR 36 Romeo.
Because that's not good. Nobody wants that. So we just got just over an hour to run now. Right. I think it does question your motives for certain things. Yes. I'm not quite sure what its tolerance is, and I don't know why we keep on. We settled ages ago back at 12 on the nose, and it's just crept up to 12 again. Well, look, there's nothing. Thankfully, we're not in an area where there's like 17 million centres on. There's just one. Not like when we left Blackbush yesterday. It was kind of like London Control, this London Control, that London Control, this London Control, that London Control. It was madness. We can try it. I don't know what would be an official tolerance. Look, if you were, I guess if you were taking your certs and stuff in real life, 100 foot or something, I would imagine. Perhaps 150 tolerance. I don't know. Well, they're changing a lot of the logic in Beyond ATC for zones and stuff. I guess with a view of some of the VFR stuff that's coming up. So definitely on the experimental branch, they've been making lots of changes of bits and bobs. We'll go down to 11.5 and just see if it gets angry. Interesting to see, because that's well without outside tolerance, you'd think. Well, we're going to be 500, so we'll lock and load at 500 below and just see what it says. Well, no, this is Beyond ATC, so this is nothing to do with default ATC. This is what Beyond ATC will be recognising. So it's got nothing to do with anything game wise. Okay, we fixed the course needle anyway, so that's good. That's good. We've achieved something. Sense of achievement.
November 48 Charlie. Descend via star 232,500 feet. QNH1009.
Descend via star to 3,500 feet. QNH1009er, November 48 Charlie.
So I'm just
ICR 300. Descend flight level 120.
Descend flight level 120. ISR 300.
KBGR. Right. Hasn't seemed to beach about it yet, but Power Wash Simulator, oh really? Has it kind of given you motivation to clean things in real life? Doesn't seem to be too fussed with my my choice of altitude. Very nice. Okay, fair enough. Can argue with that. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Yeah, we will try and do some more farm sim at some time on stream. I've been kind of tickling with things in the background, just messing with a couple of mods and things, but just hard to find the time at the moment, really. Hard to find the time. We're getting beaten up by 28 knot headwind at the moment, which is not good news. Not the best news, anyway. Oh, we got absolutely shafted yesterday. Did you see the nonsense yesterday? Why, the sim just went into meltdown and just tossed me in the air at 12,000 feet. Just absolutely, I don't know. The whole world fell apart for a couple of minutes while I was trying to recover the aircraft. It's madness. I did realise afterwards last night that I said I'd check that for some reason my my turbulence settings had gone back onto realistic, which is why I was having such a hard time when I was actually coming down through the bad weather to land it and flying it. I was getting tossed all over the place. It was absolutely crazy. So it's back on medium now, so it should be a bit more usable.
Contact Keflavik final approach 121.3, November 48 Charlie.
Ah. Okay. There's E55P. What's an E55P? DA42. That's parked. It's not arriving. What's the registration? November 48 Charlie. Goose Bay. I don't know what that fella is. There's some departures to Wick. SR22, oh really? Wow. 1 o'clock. There's a C25 going to Kangalussuaq, which is where we're heading to. It's actually... There's a DA42 on the ground. So I'm just looking at flight radar 24. Can't see that on the I don't know what time that's going, do we? 3:30, oh crikey. Yeah. Don't know. E55P. Oh, it's a Phenom. Okay. Mm. From Oxford. Just trying to see if I can see that actually on flight radar anywhere. Not so much. I am actually definitely using the latest traffic, aren't I? Yeah. Nice. Oh no, yeah, there it is. It's actually there. Why is it not showing? I can actually see it on flight radar now. So it's this puppy. So this is flight radar 24. So that's the one that's actually flying in the sim at the moment. It's Oxford inbound. I just couldn't see it on the. I guess it's not. Perhaps it's just it doesn't appear on the scheduled departure arrivals. Uh-oh. So that's it there in beyond ATC. That's us coming in there. A359 going over to Vancouver from Paris. Cool. Proof of concept. Trying to have you ferry a Cessna into a blizzard. That is not cool. That is definitely not cool. What shenanigans did we have yesterday? We had this nonsense. This is the nonsense we had yesterday. We got drifted. We got blown left and right, and then suddenly I turned on the visualization to see what the thermals were doing. And look at that. And then suddenly it was like wallop. So just big cricket bat came out and went whack.
ICR 36 Romeo QNH1006, expect terminal X-ray approach runway 19 with Aki transition.
QNH1006, expect RNAV X-ray approach runway 19 with Aki transition. ICR 36 Romeo.
It was Yeah, it was fruity. Now, whether it was just a coincidence to me switching on the visualization just to see what was going on with the air around me that just completely sent it mad, or I just happened to switch it at the same time, I don't know. But you could see that it was just like, it was just horizontal purple lines. And yeah, it was just like whack. Look, we're only in a little paper airplane here, so but yeah, then it was a fun landing as well. Yeah, then I checked and my turbulence was on realistic, which is not a good idea. Not a good idea. Anyway, we live to tell the tale, which is handy. Well, I thought initially something like that had happened, not going to the menu, because my gear suddenly went down. It was like, I can hear my gear going down. Yes, she did. Co-pilot, I was just holding on for dear life. And she was like, oh, this is fine. And she grabbed control and just steadied us out. And I realised, obviously, this has got emergency gear deployment. So when we were going vertical and you heard the stall haul going, it was like, gear down. So we cycled the lever and got the gear back in. But it was interesting. It was one of the many fun moments we had in the flight yesterday. Anyway, it's all good. It's all good. Right, let's stick her on a quick. We'll stick the co-pilot in charge, and we'll take a very quick break before we grapple with landing in Iceland in a few minutes. Get up, stretch your legs, do all the good stuff, and we'll sit back in a moment. See you just now.
Air 36 Romo, clear direct Aki, cross Aki at over above 5,600 feet. Clear nav X-ray approach runway 19.
Clear direct Aki, cross Aki at or above 5,600 feet. Cleared RNAV X-ray approach runway 19, ISL 36 Romeo. Contact Tower 118.2. I said 36 Romeo.
Delta 246 Heavy. Descend via star 232 500 feet. QNH1009.
Descend via star to 3,500 feet. QNH1009er. Delta 246 Heavy.
Okie dokie. Just had a quick munch for lunch. Oh look, there's a real person. An A321. Well, I never. Who knew it'd be such a popular place? What was the last place we went? Do you remember that? We went to Innsbruck. We did that tour around the Alps, and that place was insanely busy, just multiplayer. There must have been like 15 or 20 people there or something. Helicopters, light aircraft, airliners. It was madness. I'm saying that people shouldn't be there. It just was a bit, it's you know, a bit of that really. Good to see is the you know, the long and the short of it. It's always good to see people doing the good thing. Did we have any calls while I was away? Did she have to deal with any nonsense? I presume they haven't forgotten about one. We haven't had a... I don't know. Let's toggle frequencies just to see. See if we get anything. Sometimes if you just toggle frequencies, it wakes it up. Let's have a look at what we're going to be on. 1199 will be the next one, and then tower after that will be 118. Not a squeak, huh? Not a squeak. Well, yeah, that's. I got told off earlier for not when we took off for not sticking on to reporting, but oh, it's got to be announced. Hold on a second. It says announce on frequency because I changed the Reykjavik Control, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima, flight level 120. Nothing. They don't love me. They don't love me. I'm not sure if there's any way you can tell from... I forgot to save those logs from yesterday. Oh, you muppet. Damn it. We don't see traffic map. Where's the... Where's the... Where do they put their log files? Yes, I believe so. Well, we've been hearing chatter. We've heard chatter. I'm trying to see. I can't remember where Beyond ATC put their logs. I can't remember. It's a mystery, it's a mystery. There we go. Oh, we do have one from yesterday. Let me quickly... 26...
Delta 246 Heavy.
17.
Reykjavik final approach 121.3.
We do still have a block from yesterday. That might be the whole thing because we did one flight.
Delta 246 Heavy.
Let's have a quick look. Some brief downloaded. Yeah, that. Okay, cool. So that is the whole log from yesterday. Cool. Because we just did one flight and continued. EGLK to EGPD to EKVG. Okay, we still got the lock mistake. Cool, cool, cool. I thought we'd lost that. It's all good. device it was taking me. I know they're. Oh, they could be. Could be. There's a speedbird up there somewhere. Can't see him. Rest is not in my draw zone yet. Fuso-Gerdisme. Okay, what we'll do is we'll leave that for the moment. Once we get past Nazbu, we'll activate the approach and do a direct to that waypoint, because then that will follow our flight plan. I didn't think about I should have put this point out here in the flight plan. Igor. My mistake. My mistake. Tukusa, Nesbu, Gatku. No, wrong with 19, yeah. And when we land, we should make off that turn point there. Where are we hoping to get to? That is a good question. I don't have an answer. Actually, one of the parkings just off there would do fine. There's parkings here on Apron Alpha. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that would be super twist. Yes, there was one world flight went through last year, and it was a default scenery, default SOBO, and it was horrific. It was like a roller coaster. It was like landing on an A300 was interesting. I'm down, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. I'm just like it was. I can't remember for the life of me what the airfield was. Have a look. I'll pull up world flight from last year. It was up north. It was Pitufik Space Base. Bravo Golf Tango Lima. I'm not sure if I've got a photograph of it. I don't know, so look. Flight sim. When would that have been? October last year or something? It's right up the top. I went to some lovely places on that. It was the first time I've done kind of world flight stuff. I didn't do it online on VATSIM because I couldn't do the realistic times for that. But it was pretty cool. I think it was 110 hours of flying or something. Just so. Oh, hello. We'll call when ready. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Now, usually, it will then tell you to descend.
Leave RK31, I heading 308. Direct Reykjavik. Golf Whiskey Oscar Oscar Lima.
I forgot I still had her on. I'll turn her off. I was literally about to speak and a female voice came out. Leave. Okay, so it's taking me in there anyway. Okay. So let's do something. Okay, so we're on that leg now. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to approach. We're going to activate vectors, and then we're going to do a direct to flight plan to that, activate, and then we're golden. Cool. We've got 2 minutes till Todd. Right, let's see if we can find a photograph. I'm sure I took a photograph of it because it was just nonsense. I'm sure I did. I can't seem to find all my photographs of world flight. And I think it was landing in mist and snow and stuff as well.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Oscar Lima. Descend 262 feet. QNH 1012. Expect runway 31.
Descend 6,000 feet. QNH 1012. Expect runway 31. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Righty. What was it? 1012. So they always kind of jump in and say you are going down. Look, I guess to a certain extent, I'm sure you can take that with not as like a descend now, but kind of, you know, almost a discretional. Okay, we'll sort ourselves out and we'll get ourselves ready and then we'll go down, rather than. You are going down now. But it's, you know, it's on descent time anyway, so it's all good. It's all good. We'll stick the mixture fully in while we're descending to keep some juice flowing. What is the temperature? -8 or something, I guess. Just in case.
10 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Scattered 1,700 feet. Broken 4,800 feet. Temperature 11 degrees.
11 degrees.
07 degrees. QNH 1012. Landing and departing runways 3101. Transition level 070. Advise on initial countdown information.
Approach on 119.9. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Reykjavik approach, Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, descending through 9,000 feet for 6,000, QNH 1017.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima Reykjavik approach. Information Yankee current.
I can usually 1-2, is it? Okay. Oopsie. 1-0 was departure, wasn't it? Information Yankee, QNH 1012, radar vectors for RNAV, approach runway 31, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Yeah, 1012. I can't find a picture, but it was an adventure. It was definitely an adventure. We could get a bit cold here. We put the blur on. Maximum chuff.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Descend to 3,000 feet. QNH 1012.
Descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1012, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Looking a bit mizzy over there, isn't it? Ski jump ramp, really? Wow. All of the fun. All of the fun. What was the initial heading he gave me out of that waypoint? 308. That's the wrong one. 308, yeah, cool. Okay, we... Don't want to go down too early here because of terrain, but DH7, Genius 530 equipped. Turbine Duke. It's always just like I know multiplayer can be a bit of a sometimes, but it's just sometimes it's nice just seeing F70 KLM City Hopper. Look at that. Just seeing what other people are doing, isn't it? It's all part of the sim experience. All part of the experience. Okay, we're just coming down towards 6. We're carrying on towards 3. QNH 1012. Just coming to freezing now, so probably not ideal, but I can't see any visible freezing. I'm not getting anything on the windscreen. We do have the blower on, which should keep the windscreen free, even if we do get a little bit of airframe. We've got 15 to run. Till we make our turn to 308. We'll set heading 308 now. Two and a half to go. We can see the ground. A Super Hornet now. Hey, Piper! Well, she'd actually say around the pond rather than across. We're just coming into Reykjavik. Hey, Jake, good to see you, Piper. Welcome in. Hopefully a bit of a smoother descent and landing than we had yesterday, which was quite extraordinaire. Descend 2,700 feet, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. That's what we were going to do anyway, even if he didn't tell us, because that's what we need to be on. Getting caught up on my headphones. Okay, landing lights are on. Let's stick fuel up on low. Let's have a look at our tanks. Let's go to Ryan tank. Let's just temper our descent a little bit so we ease down on schedule. Don't want to be bumping into any of these fellas. I haven't seen anything about 4.9 other than a bit of text here and there. Cool dog. What's changed with the ship sounds? Have they been messing with stuff, good or bad? I guess 4,000. Someone's just sending through the planet there. We're going for 2.7, which is our height at RK31 Foxtrot. Actually, no, we should be going to... We should actually be going to Indigo, shouldn't we? Did I stick the wrong one in? Did I stick the final fix in? I didn't know. Okay.
Vertical track.
Oh, so they're going through everything. I guess they kind of make a rod for their own back, don't they? The more ships they bring into the game, the more they've got to keep on updating. They get further behind the curve, don't they? Okay, 450 required, so we'll kind of slowly nerdle down. .22 slight head cross at the moment from the left. Iceland has a lot of green land, yes. But how much Iceland does Greenland have? Okay, we're starting to come over downtown. I know. Reykjavik. I can't speak. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I don't know. Oh, look at that. It's all cleared up beautifully. Airport's just over there somewhere. We should have a nice visual in. Should be cool. We're not cleared to descend further yet or anything, so hopefully we'll get that call soon. Okay, making the turn. F40 in sight. Let's take the autopilot off. What did I say tower was? 118. We haven't been told to go to tower yet, but is he going to give us a call to go to tower? Did he say we were cleared? I can't remember. Expect? No, we will just expect. We haven't been cleared, have we? I'm going to switch to tower and just give him a call. Reykjavik Tower, Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima, establish RMP runway 31.
Golf Whiskey Oscar, Oscar Lima, Birk Tower, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, runway 31, clear 2 land.
Clear to land runway 31, Golf Whiskey, Oscar Lima. Okay, mixtures prop. Gear is down. 3 greens. $16 knots off to the left. That was partly my fault because we routed the wrong waypoint initially, so trying to avoid that nice pointy tower there. Spire. I haven't checked them out. No, I was just going through the list of parks on it earlier. That's quite swanky, isn't it? What was that? A big
500.
Big donutty thing. Observatory. Did look like one, didn't it?
Golf Whiskey Oscar Oscar Lima. Exit next available taxiway.
Exit next available Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. That'll be this one. Oh, the town looks quite spanking, doesn't it? Like that. Hey, Avgas, how you doing? It's pretty groovy, isn't it? Has this place had a makeover in a world update or something sometime? Reykjavik ground. Good afternoon. The Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima requests taxi to ramp 3.
Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. Welcome to Reykjavik. Ramperi. Taxi at pilot's discretion.
Watch out for that tree. Hey, taxi. I'm not sure if ramp 3's actually... Does it actually have designators on them? Ah, okay, that's why I didn't get the call from to switch to ground. It's because that's actually the clearance line there.
Oscar Lima. Welcome to Reykjavik. Ramperi.
Sorry.
Taxi at pilot's discretion.
Ramp 3, taxi at pilot's discretion. Golf Whiskey Oscar Lima. I was wondering why I didn't switch over. That was beyond ADC. It's just because that's the demarcation line. I didn't see it. We've just flown from Vega in the Faroe Islands. We just arrived at Reykjavik. I'm not sure if that dash 8 there is in 3. I can't actually see any markings anyway, so I think we're just going to we'll just pull in next to this fella. In between the dashes, we are the dot in between the dashes. What do you think? She's not impressed. She doesn't like my joke. She is not impressed. I mean, really. Get some fresh air in here. Did she just shut the door? Wow. Did she just shut the door? Cool. My door, I'll open it. Unbelievable. This is downtown, Rick. This is a, I don't know how far, I don't know about the town here, whether this is a makeover by a Sobo. A very, very basic scenery here, not quite as exotic as, I mean, that last one of Vega is the business. This is, oh, there's DA62 part there. It's the business. Couple of business jobbies. Another little GA over there. Yeah, this is very basic. I wonder whether some of these buildings close in have been done by this scenery, because they look a bit too colourful and non-average to be average, basically. That makes sense. But it gives you a flavour, doesn't it? Gives you a flavour. Good stuff. Very nice. Okay, so Beyond AC kind of goes into sleep mode now with the change to mode, which is quite cool. It asks you to get the next flight, which is all right. Can't argue with that. Nice little -82 landing there. 3 hours and 20 minutes flight time. It's a bit longer than I expected, to be honest, but we were getting browbeaten by quite a stiff breeze on the nose. And the next one's quite a long one as well. And the weather is decidedly shit in Kulusuk. At least there's never-ending light at the moment, so that's quite a good selling point, isn't it? Broken cloud at 600 feet, which is definitely suboptimal, and there's nothing there. There's nothing to there is an RNAV approach for the other side, but it'll be runway 29, and there's no assistance coming in at all, because there's a kind of it's only a 3 knot headwind, so Beyond ATC may take you around the other side. Very possible. Perhaps in reports means that runways and navigation don't match runways and rotated and those. Not sure if there's a scenery discrepancy there as well, which is very possible with freeware. I'm not sure if that freeware is only a 2021. Where are we? Bravo Golf Kilo. It's 24. Published a month ago. I'm not sure, it's a bit unfinished, but it's quite cool. But as to whether it's suitable for deployment today, I don't know. Not in IFR conditions with no approaches to get you in there, unfortunately. That could be a bit on the tricky side. I didn't see that takeoff. Apparently there was a... A320 just took off. Or perhaps it's just spawned in. Real time kind of... Oh, hello. Top Gun. King Air C90. Although it's actually a B60T. What's a B60T? I don't know what that is. And we've just been given a match. Should know that. Is that a Duke or something? Yeah, turbine due. Okay. Which we don't have. So it's all good. Nice. They've done the sensible thing. They've gone and parked in the general aviation rather than in amongst the big boys. Any good planes on sale in the store at the moment? I think the sale was finished. Wasn't the sale until yesterday, Avgas? The 9th, or was it the 10th? I thought it was the 9th was the marketplace sale. I could be wrong. There's some things that are on permanent sales. I'm not going to be flying again tonight. Unfortunately, I've got some stuff to do this afternoon. So unfortunately, we're going to be handing over to someone else shortly. Some things have cropped up. I need to get sorted out. Let me have a quick look for you, fella. Let me have a quick look. We'll do that, if nothing else. Stand by a second. Yeah, I think the sales finished, isn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately. So the TriStar is the TriStar gone? I think the TriStar's gone to has gone to the Eni store now, isn't it? If you're looking on picking that up, I believe that's gone to the Eni store. So it's probably the best place to buy that. And that was on sale. I think it was on a 15. Let me have a quick check. That wasn't a 15% sale for launch. I'm not sure it still is. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, it's on the Eni store now, so it'll be better to buy it on there. I'm trying to see what sales they've got on. Yeah, the A300-600 is on sale at the moment, if you're interested in that via their store. But the TriStar not, so I'd definitely wait for... They'll have another sale of that at some point, if you're interested in buying the TriStar. But get it from the Eni store, it'll be cheaper there anyway, because it's 48 quid on there, and it's probably... okay. It's 47 here. Interesting, because that'll be including VAT, yeah. So it's actually more. That's unusual. That is unusual. Mind you, I don't know how. Does anybody know how does Microsoft work VAT and stuff? Because that's what they'll charge me if I buy it here, but it's 48 quid direct, and usually things are more expensive in the marketplace because they add a bit of a, because it's 39.99 plus VAT. So if you're not paying VAT, Avgas, check the price, compare the prices, but it'll be on sale again. Eni will have another sale at some point, so you know, I wouldn't worry about that too much. The Connie, there should be another update coming out. The Connie is only available in here, the new version. I can't tell you the price because I've got it. It doesn't tell you the price. Version 3.2 will be, this is on 3.1. 3.2 will be coming out soon with some other nice stuff and some fixes and bits and pieces. As to whether this will go on sale, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea what Red Wing's policies are on sales and stuff, but this is only available in the marketplace. You can only get this here. But definitely, if you're interested in buying any INI stuff, probably best to get it via their INI store. Now it's available on there at some point. Would be my advice. It's usually best to get stuff direct. But there's nothing wrong with buying them with the marketplace. You know. So I'm just closing some of this rubbish down. I was going to look at the Discord for Red Wing. I think version 3.2 is still work in progress, but I think it may be coming soon, and that's bringing new stuff. It's bringing I've actually got a copy of the beta version of that they gave me. So that comes with the new navigation system. It comes with the LORAN navigation system, which is quite cool. I don't think I've actually got it installed in the cinema, so I can't show you. So that's, and some new liveries, Pan Am, a NASA livery, some fixes and bits and pieces, LODs. No, I think they've been working on some other bits and pieces as well. So I'm sure that will get pushed at some point in the next couple of weeks, perhaps. So that's one to look out for. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've seen on sale elsewhere. Let's have a look. It's always nice to know, isn't it? For light GHT. Obviously there's a new Fokker 70-100 out on Just Flight, but I don't think that's on a special at the moment. It's not. I don't think there's anything. So look. Yeah, Just Flight haven't got anything that's available for Flight Sim on sale at the moment. They've got loads of stuff for P3D, etc., but there's no Flight Sim stuff that's on sale at the moment. It's always worth having a look at things like Contrail. You never know what you might find on there that's in sale season. Sale, let's have a look. I don't know if I can't. This. I mean, this is quite expensive, but this does that looks like quite a cheeky helicopter. If you're into helicopters, that new Dolphin does look very good, I must admit. But again, it's only via marketplace. I don't think you can buy any of their stuff direct, can you? But that does look very good. So I think if you're into helicopters, might be worth sticking that on your wish list in here to see when that goes on sale at some point. I've got a few things I just mark on here just to keep an eye on them. There's also a few things that the stock Asobo stuff is always on sale. So if you like any kind of the frequent flyers or anything like that, they're on a different level of sale based on whether you've got premium or the deluxe or standard. So if you like any of those sort of things, it's always worth just checking out. I would say, Avgas, probably what the best thing to do is if there's something you kind of like, just find it and just click on the heart and stick it on your wish list. Then you can just go back and check occasionally, just say, oh, that's gone on sale. Because quite often things from individual developers may go on sale, even though there's no overriding marketplace sale going on. Obviously, Osoba have lots of different sales for annual, like July 4th they had and all that sort of stuff. Seasonal type sales, or they'll have a developer type sale or whatever. Yeah, push okay. I know that not Cardington. I know that Redwin are working on a 24 version of their big balloon. I know they're working on that. But sometimes I just see planes that other people are flying. It's like, oh, we'll check that out sometime. Yeah, look, some people will say never buy through the marketplace. Well, but sometimes things are only available there, and B, it is a convenient place. You know, you don't have to worry about having 79 different installers from all these developers. You just got one place, and you know it's there. For sure, if it's a brand new aircraft and it is for sale through a developer website, you will be behind the curve on updates. So if there's major things they're fixing, you're going to get those week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks sometimes behind everybody else. The DC6 update to Marketplace took bloody ages. Took like 3 weeks, if you believe PMGG when they said they pushed it. But in theory, it took 3 weeks, which was just, I think the last Redwin update from when they said it was pushed was like 7 days or something, which is fair enough because things tend to come out on a weekly cycle. But yeah, always just keep the nose in there, have a good sniff around, see what floats your boat. So there's always stuff. There's always stuff on sale in here. And stuff on free trial as well. I mean, there's always, I say, these things like this, the Marchetti, they're always on sale because they're part of the frequent flyers or the local legends, so they're always on sale. I say depending on which version of the game you've got. But there's always other bits and pieces that may float your boat that are on sale or free trials, you know. So yeah. Keep your nose in there. I mean, obviously, a lot of these owned ones I've got because of the version of the sim I bought. So you know, need to fly this 631 that I bought. We'll take that. I'll plan some seaplane flights to doing that sometime because that'll be good fun. Yeah, there's always stuff. And make use of free trials. I mean, if there's anything on free trial you fancy, hey, the double ender, you know, it's nice gliders. There's all sorts of funky little things. The 28.1, 2, 3, 3 and 5, you know. There's not much at the moment, but there's usually something on free trial. So, they may not be your thing and you may hate them, but, you know, give them a try. Got friends who always make good stuff, so... I've got a legacy collection here of all bits and pieces. Haven't seen that before. I think most of this stuff is... Yeah. Some of this stuff is default, isn't it? The gravel... the gravel... I thought that was a free thing anyway, unless they make you pay for it now. I'm sure the Got Gravel used to be a free thing in 2020. I don't know. But it's just not now. You know, like that, give that, take the GB R3 out for a spin. That'll be good for shits and giggles. Take that out for a day. You know, that'll be a fun little baby to fly. I'll have to remember that one and take that out for we'll stick that on the wish list. We'll take that out for a trial sometime. You got the Wildcat, yeah, nice. So there's always stuff just to try. You know. Especially on free trial. Why not? I've got, if you like bush planes, the Wilga is very good. This is probably my favourite bush aircraft. It's very good, and you can have the TTS, the GTN 750 in there as well. So if you want it bang up to date with a nice GPS unit in there, you can do that in there as well. It's got its usual got friends sort of nonsense bits and pieces. Give you the atmospheric, but that's a fun little bush plane. It's a really fun little bush plane. Polish versions, English versions. I think there's 4 different variants. There's small tires, there's bush tires. There's a floaty, I think, isn't there? And it's ski version, is there? I can't remember. Tundra floats. Yeah, Tundra and floats. And you can use it as a tow plane as well. So it can be a tow plane for gliders. So that's quite cool. So that's a fun little plane. It's on free trial. Give that a go. I won't wish list it because I got it outside the sim. But there's always some things there. Sometimes even though we've got quite extensive hangars, sometimes you just look and you go, I just fancy something different today. Go and see what you can grab for a day. I don't know about renting stuff. I know you get the money knocked off, don't you? But free trial, special price, best price. Special price, best price. But yeah, that does look like quite a neat little chopper, that one, and you get quite a few variants of it as well. So it's and it's old school inside. Have we got any pictures of the inside? You know, look at that. Pretty groovy little bird, that. Pretty groovy. So I'll definitely keep an eye out for that thing if that comes on sale at some point. And it can be used in Korea as well. If that floats your boat. Cool dog. So yeah, there's always something to kind of titillate you, isn't there? Which is very cool. All right, my good people. I'm sorry I got to duck early today, but sometimes things just have to be done, don't they? It's just the way it goes. Just the way it goes. Now, what's this? Oh, Hitler. I always try to keep my ear to the ground of things that are out there, but tend to get forgotten. There's always stuff in the Discord. There's lots of stuff that goes into the flight news and stuff in the Discord. So, if there's sales and bits and pieces on from developers, try to keep me ear to the ground. So I tend to forget that's the problem. Very good. Thanks for coming today. Much appreciated as always. So sorry it's a shorter stream, but back on again next week. Definitely Thursday and Friday as normal. Before then, I don't know. But it'd be nice to get back to doing a Monday and Friday occasionally sometimes, but just not proving the simplest of manoeuvres at the moment. Anyway, happy birthday for Sunday, Avgas. 21 again, eh? 21 again. Nice. Enjoy. Treat yourself to something nice and enjoy flying it. Cool, dog. Always a pleasure, sir. I will try and check out some of the... I won't. I will, in theory, try and check out some of the stuff that's coming in 4.9, but I won't. You never know. I may do. I may do. But I probably won't. I'll forget. I won't have time, but I won't. Enjoy the footy if you're into World Cup quarter-final mode. For the life of me, I can't believe who's playing tonight. I can't remember. who's Spain, Belgium tonight. That'll be a corker. If you're into footy, 8 o'clock, or I guess 7 o'clock UTC. And then the big game tomorrow night at 10 o'clock British summertime, Norway versus England. Oh yeah. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. And then Argentina, Switzerland on Sunday night. And the first semi is on Tuesday, crikey. So England, when they beat Norway, will be playing again Wednesday evening, 8 o'clock. Yeah. Dire crisis. Hey, do. Just heard this guy who had the call sign O'Bert. Swear to God, it sounded like he said, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday to you. Good to meet you. Perfect timing as I'm about to jump out the window. Not out the window, but go and do things. Let's close that down. Have a great weekend. And we'll catch you again. Yeah, well, good to meet you briefly. Have a great weekend. Stay safe and well. Stay safe and well. I'm just grappling around trying to find someone to raid here. As I do. As I do. Who's up to what? So look. Not like actually, it's a pretty slim picking day. On a Friday, must admit. Pretty slim pickings. Pretty slim pickings. Well, we'll hand you over to Tony. He's Mr. Sid Squadron. He's a awesome fella. He's a lovely, lovely, friendly fella. And I'm sure you'll love his content. If you're not following him, please drop him a follow when you get across to the other side. Because he's a lovely dude. And he deserves your followage. He deserves your followers, right? Let's try and sort that out. Nice. Okay, right. That's lined up, and hopefully Twitch will do its thing. He's having a lovely group flight as always. Why not, eh? Why not? Cool. Right, that's lined up, ready to go. Take care. Have an awesome, awesome weekend. What do you get up to? And we'll catch you again very soon. Till there, thanks for being here. Thanks for spending some of your Friday with you. And we'll see you soon. Take care, and thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon. Ciao, ciao for now.